Hello. Good evening. I'm not sure how long we'll go tonight. I mean, we're starting late for one, and it's kind of because of a questionable decision that I made. I started hearing a noise coming from my tower, and so I was like, oh, let's see what's going on in there. And so I open it up. I'm like, holy shit. It has been a while since I've cleaned this thing. So I took some time to clean it all. And then I decided to clean the rest of the area behind. And I don't know how you guys react to dust, but when I react to dust, it's usually very poor. So I've had to load myself up on antihistamines just to help keep everything under control, but I feel like garbage. On the bright side, it's not making that noise anymore. So, I'm assuming it was dust related. How's everybody doing? Ina Jessica, Zara Lugia, Moody Consumer, Diego. Yeah. Alright, let's start off with the bad music. And not in that way. This is the fucking jam. I mean, they should have started selling toys online long ago. But no, what needed to keep those brick and mortar stores open. Hey, Johnny. I'm happy that they got revived, though. Obviously, as a special place in my heart as a person who was once a child and also enjoyed toys. Detective Bad, Miss Delicious, is the investigation over already? He said he had no more use for me and kicked me out. Manny, that meanie. What a rude thing to say. It was probably to ensure that you wouldn't eat any more of the crime scene. So, Detective Bad, did you get kicked out too? It seems Von Karma thought I was getting in the way. He won't let me investigate. He won't let a detective, an investigator, investigate. Yeah, little unbelievable. I know, it's Von Karma though. That dude's hilariously evil. Welcome back, Lugia. Yeah, let me be your chill background noise while you work. Speaking of which, I'm going to be putting a poll out, and I want everybody to respond, because everybody that watches stream, I really want you to respond to the poll by casting a vote, because I'm seriously considering now shifting the stream hours. And if there are more people, because it's just, we're a very odd channel in that we get most of our views after the fact. There isn't really another streamer in my personal network that has that happen to them. And if there's a way that I can shift to a time period that is more convenient to everyone, then I guess I don't know why I wouldn't do that. So I'll probably be putting that up over the weekend. Hey, Ventus. Yeah, it's on the schedule, I think. Yes, it was on the schedule. the updated schedule. I posted an updated schedule. In the original schedule, this was going to be V3, I think. But then we were able to, you know, fix that by completing it. Yep. And then Friday is going to be Jackbox Party Pack Volume 8 for members and Twitch subs. That's bad. It is bad. How you doing, Brandon? I think for most people, this is earlier in the day for them. Like, I know for Trep, in order for Trep to get here in mod, he has to, like, wake up at 6:30, like 6:30 a.m., which he's like, hey, don't mind me. It's great that I'm waking up this early. But then we have the issue where now it's, you know, during school, with people going back to more in-person classes, that's more of a problem for those people to attend. So, that's why I'm considering that. Oh, so you're Mountain Time, Brandon? I don't know why I keep calling you Brandon. It's Brando. Every time I see the other X, it wants to be an N in my mind. But yeah, so yeah, you're an hour behind me. It's 11:25 for me. Why would he prohibit his own detective from investigating? I think that's kind of self-explanatory. But we know just about all there is to know about the crime scene. Right now, he's talking to Gustavia in Dover's room. Why does he need to speak with Mr. Gustavia? We heard from Hall that Gustavia was seen entering the victim's room. Mr. Gustavia?
Yes, I saw him entering Dover's room, and it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen. Although I have no idea what he did in there.
He is currently under suspicion for melting Dover's sherbet.
Just why did Mr. Gustavia enter that room?
I also have a photo of Dover's room here, if you need it. I'll let you take a look at it.
What? Why would you do that for us?
You still don't get it, kid. I'm saying I want to help you guys in order to discover the truth of this case.
Detective Bad.
Is that alright, Detective Bad? Won't Von Karma chew you out again?
I have no intention of becoming Von Karma's lapdog. If he won't let me investigate, I'll just do as I like. Getting tied up in stupid rules will only blind you to the truth. Isn't that right, Attorney Edgeworth?
Of course, Detective Bad. I thank you. I just noticed him and Edgeworth both do the bow. Just he has the hat that he has to remove when he does it. Although his is more sincere, whereas Edgeworth's is usually more condescending. Oh, right. Okay. That's right. Unless you're in the United States, you would know Mountain Time. It would just be whatever minus whatever GMT or plus GMT or GTM. GTM, right? Wait, are you talking about the Legally Blonde musical? You mean you're putting it on together yourself? Brandon with the N sounds. Oh, it is Brandon? Well, that was just a lucky coincidence. Well, it doesn't look like it's been struck by anti-aircraft missiles yet, no. Is that what Freakus is? Mr. Dominguez? Weeb Geeks. How's it going, Mr. Dominguez?
This is amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Now we've got Detective Bat on our side.
I don't really get what's going on, but I'm glad you boys are all friends now. I've decided to give her a less refined British voice since I'm like, it probably sounds bad, but at least it's different from like Courtney's. That's actually kind of awesome. I like it. I like it. Oh, Seussical Kids. I see. I'm grateful that he'll lead us his strength. I'm grateful he'll lend us his strength. Well then, can we see the photo now?
Right.
Are those cords?
This is the current state of Dover's room.
Wow, the sherbet is completely melted.
The room is drenched in a light blue liquid. We should compare this with the photo Miss Hall took. Did the sherbet melt because the power cord was pulled out? Yeah, because it was pulled. All the refrigerated glass cases lost power completely.
Looks like all the power cords were connected to one socket.
Do you have any idea when this cord was pulled out? No, it's still under investigation at the moment.
What a waste of beautiful sherbet. Sherbet. Sherbet.
Honestly, had I known it would end up like this, I would have eaten even more of the stuff.
Did Mr. Dover's sherbet taste that good?
Oh, yesy. His sherbet was his sherbet was most delicious.
Really? I wish I could have eaten some too.
But there was one piece that was so salty I couldn't eat it.
Salty?
It's right here in this photo. It was a part of their lyre.
That's the lyre from the Gemini constellation.
Ah, you snuck a bite from the lyre. That's why the strings are missing.
Hey! I could never have eaten that much. It was way too salty.
One part of the sherbet tasted different. That's rather curious. Did someone other than her also take a bite out of it? Did you notice anything else?
Now that you mention it, I see sherbet sculptures had these strange markings on them. They had two letters carved into them. Wait a minute. There. It looks something like this.
An alphabet signature? It can't be.
I knew it. I just knew that Monsieur Dover made this lyre. He isn't one to make mistakes in his sculptures after all.
Miss Hall, it's been troubling me for a while, but do you know something about Mr. Dover?
Why would I know something about Monsieur Dover?
You seem quite attached to Mr. Dover's handiwork.
That's just because his sculptures are such great works of art.
I love how she's super anxious. She's essentially doing the pee-pee dance. Everybody has their version of the pee-pee dance, right? You gotta go pee so bad that you're like... Hey, JB. They did a video on the Lorax. Oh, it is GMT. Okay. No worries. I wasn't sure myself. We should sweat like that in real life. Just have fucking drops falling from our face. No, I believe that his words are very special to you in particular.
How did you know that?
Well, I do this thing called listening. And when you listen, you tend to learn things because people reveal truths about themselves all the time. There's a piece of evidence that we believe belongs to Mr. Dover. And it happens to share a common feature with another piece of evidence.
Please show me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Which two pieces of evidence share something in common?
Two pieces of evidence that point to Mr. Dover. Let's start by presenting the first one. That has PH backwards. But we don't have PH as a part of the... This is the it was salty part. We don't have the PH thing as a part of her evidence, do we? Oh, are we... Is it the blanket that was missing? And now, the second piece of evidence, which shares a common feature, is... No. How exactly those two things gonna... blast. Blast! Something she valued that she was collecting. Okay. Something that she valued that she was collecting. That she valued? The pictures? What? Shares a common feature. I'm honestly a bit confused by what they're asking me. They said something that holds value to her. The camera is one thing that holds value to her. develops photos instantly. How to connect to There's only film for 3 more. Changes color. Desserts are fake. There's nothing to say. This means a lot to her. But we know it has something to do with him. Second piece of evidence which shares a common feature. A common feature. What is the common feature? I mean, you have photos. No, I didn't think so. I was like, it's a photo! Must be something Miss Hall valued that she was collecting. Oh. 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 Oh no. I was thinking there were pictures and she took pictures of him and then his room. So that was honestly my best guess. What the rock salt lamp had to do with her? This is probably a circumstance in which I'm just forgetting something that we were told at the end of the last stream. Oh, it is Jeff's teapot. No, Jeff is... Wait. Oh, I can't go to the profiles. What? Is it Jeff Masters? Or is it Jeff Dover? What's Dover's first name? Isaac Dover. Thank you. Okay, so this is Jeff's teapot, not Dover's. Is that... There's an engraving on the bottom. It says PH. It's the initials of the creator, Pierre Hoquet. Initials, huh? For mine, it would be RS. Don't you try carving your initials on your own belongings. Oh, okay. I think I went through that already, but completely forgot. I mean, it says PH. But I guess... What does this have to do with her? I'm sure it's something that I forgot. Alicia said 2 letters of the alphabet. They were probably used as Mr. Dover's signature, just as an artist would sign their name on their works.
Right?
The thing said it was made by PH in the description. So I read the first line and just did not read the second line that clearly stated it was PH. Also, hello, Zod. And Sarah, how you doing? All right, I know Trep's not here to police this, but I will remind everyone to be very careful about what you say. I don't want backseating, unless, like, I asked specifically what the name of the first name of the chefs were. Other than that, so Lugia, I want you to be on top of that.
Oh, I remember now. I see Chervet's sculptures had PH carved into them, I'm sure of it.
PH? Those aren't Isaac Dover's initials, though.
No, but we found this seal at the scene of the crime. It had probably fallen out of the late Mr. Dover's pocket. If you had pressed this seal into something, it would mark the letters PH. Also, the very same PH symbol is engraved in this teapot.
The same symbol?
This teapot was made by the sculptor Pierre Hoquet. Okay. I swear I cannot pronounce fucking French words well at all. I understand like none of the rules. Well, I don't know any of the rules for French. In other words, this PH is the signature of Pierre Hoquet. Miss Hall, you know about this signature all too well, don't you?
Yes, Monsieur Hoquet's works always bear that signature. Since he never shows himself in public, his signature is used to identify his works.
No way, are you saying Pierre Hoquet is...
It seems Detective Bad has also realized Isaac Dover's true identity. To Miss Hall, Mr. Dover was no ordinary pastry chef. That's because his true identity was... a fan of sculptures. That's right. No, you're fine, Mr. Dominguez. There's nothing wrong with what you said. That's right. Mr. Dover's true identity was the sculptor Pierre Hoquet.
What? Mr. Dover was a sculptor?
He wasn't just an ordinary pastry chef, he was a pastry chef. Things like signatures can be faked. If you have the original designs, can you really use that? Wait, no, that's bad.
Can you really use that as proof that he was a sculptor?
No, but what's important here is that Miss Hall thought he was. As for proving his real identity, I'll leave that to the police.
I get it. I'll have the boys check up on it.
To what end? I guess we'll find out, but as of right now, I don't really see what the connection is. A pastry chef with the capital P. Oh, really? See, that kind of sucks, though, because, like, it would be fun to try some of those other options, but, like, in some of those cases, the health really matters, so, like, you don't want to experiment. You don't want to have to experiment with it, because, one thing I will say about Ace Attorney compared to Danganronpa is that Ace Attorney is a little more punishing with fucking up than Danganronpa is. Danganronpa, you just retry, and you have all your health back. Sometimes it just makes sense to just lose so you can get your health refilled. If you do that here, I think it takes you, like, back, right? Duh! So either way, he'll admit it. That's funny.
As I expected from you, Gregory Edgeworth.
You knew Mr. Dover's real identity all along, didn't you?
Yes. When I discovered the body, I'd noticed the seal. I knew from that moment that he was Pierre Hoquet, the man I greatly admired. Thinking that this would be his final posthumous work, I couldn't sit still.
In terms of quality, I would say yes. It's just a matter of whether or not you'll be into that sort of storyline. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with it. And they also have a spin-off game that's different from the main line series, like the Investigations are. It is more fast-paced because a lot of the stuff in the trials have time limits. Hey, Trep. What's up, dude? You at school? I mean, I'll say it, but it's going to be really bad. Is it backseat de me? I actually don't know what sound AI makes. I agree that I personally find the first one to be the best. But there's a pretty big, like, some people say one's the best, some people say two is the best, some people say V3's the best. Well, I mean, for some people it wasn't a big deal. A double 5 health penalty? Oh god. Well, yeah, like, you don't need to know specifically what the answer is, but if people are providing answers, you know what I mean? That's the way to look for it. Even if it's the wrong answer, just assume that that they're trying to provide the right answer. How's it pronounced? We're going into the Great Ace Attorney games before going into the 3DS era. So by December we'll have sometime in December we'll start the first Great Ace Attorney game. Of course, next month this is going to be more prominent now that Danganronpa's finished. If I knew how to speak French, maybe. Right now, I just sound like an idiot. Oh, really? Well, I mean, you're more from, like, rural Mexico, right? In the northern part? So, like, it's not surprising that you would have a heavier accent. That's how it is in Wisconsin. the more in the city you are, the less likely you are to hear about people's talk about, you know, all the Packers stuff that goes on, and well, we'll always talk about the Packers, but we won't sound like that. So that, but like when they think of Midwesterner, they essentially think of rural Wisconsin, not like city Wisconsin. It's very different. I'm not even, is it even pronounced omelet? It is because E-T-T-E is et, right? I think somebody mentioned that if there's 2 T's and an E, then it is pronounced et. La suite de Marie? Marie? Like that? I've played chess before. I haven't really done it seriously in a long time, though. I'd probably be really bad. Well, we just learned that about the pH stuff, but we have no idea what it's for, so. Oh, God. So that's why you entered Dover's room?
Huh? Ooh, what did you say?
When exactly did you take this photo of Dover's room?
That was... Perhaps this was taken during the judging...
That's strange. I thought you said that the camera ran out of film during the judging. Before Mr. Master entered Dover's room, you were the one in possession of the camera. Wasn't that why you were able to take the photo when you discovered the body?
Yes, that's right.
The only photos you took with the new film were of Dover's room and the body. If that's the case, a new contradiction comes to light.
Another one?
The piece of evidence that contradicts the 2 photos Miss Hall took is...
Now is it the blanket? Or is it... No, that doesn't necessarily create a contradiction. Oh, I thought we were supposed to put 2 together again. Never mind. Never mind. I was looking at it dumb.
If I think back on the number of photos she took, the answer should be clear. I already carry the evidence that shows the contradiction.
Oh, the piece. Yeah, I thought there was an S there. I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
That is my instant camera.
You've already handed the photos of Dover's room and the body to myself and the police.
That reminds me, didn't you also take a photo of me and Mr. Edward just now?
The film used in this camera can take up to 20 photos. However, this camera only has 3 photos left, which leaves 14 photos unaccounted for. Exactly what were they used to photograph? Please show us all the photographs you took. We will be able to discern your actions from these photos.
I'm so sorry. I have told a terrible lie.
Don't tell me all the remaining shots are of Isaac Dover's room.
My deepest apologies.
It seems they're all shots of the ice sculptures from the various angles. So when these were taken, the sculptures had not melted yet. But that means the one who caused them to melt was you?
Yes, I am positive that I melted them.
You are positive? Hey, Tara. I don't know what that meme is. I generally never catch memes like when they first start. They'll already be like a month old by the time I get a hold of them. Oh, that's right. You told me she was like partially French. Forgot about that. So that is like, is it a different language entirely or like a different dialect?
Oui, oui, baguette.
Oui, oui.
I'm an aficionado of the sculpture Pierre Hoquet, who is actually Monsieur Dova.
Monsieur. God, even that word. Like, I know how to say. I've heard it. I've heard it. Monsieur. It's still difficult to say. I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Before the authorities could defile his final masterpieces during their investigation, I thought I should preserve them through photographs. Hence, I entered this room.
That is actually obstruction of justice.
In that case, why did all the ice melt?
It's probably because...
Oh, assuming that she melted them. I guess she was talking about just preserving them with pictures, not actually like taking the pictures and then melting them so nobody get their dirty hands on them.
As I was taking the pictures, I became entranced with his works. It seems that my foot accidentally got caught in the power cord, unplugging it.
Accidentally, you say?
I did not notice the power cord at the time.
How do you not notice that you kicked the power cord out? That seems unlikely.
I would never have imagined that I would be the cause of those sculptures melting.
Creepy incel from Megamind. I don't think I remember that character. I've only seen the movie once, though, so... My memory isn't too good, other than I thought it was better than others were giving it credit for. Could the truth really be that simple? However, I cannot say with certainty that she is lying.
I'm so sorry to have caused you all so much trouble.
As long as you are telling the truth, there's no need to apologize.
That's right. Don't sweat it, Kate.
Oh, okay. You said guy voiced by Jonah Hill, and yes, that brought the light on in my head.
Thank you very much.
Edgeworth, here, take this picture. Do what you want with it.
Or I could just take a picture of the picture. You meddling fool! Still haven't given up yet, have you? No. You meddling fool! Still haven't given up yet, have you? There you go, that's the reading. We might not be playing this on Monday, though. We might not play it again until November at this point. So, in that sense, you have nothing to worry about yet. No matter how long you wait, I have no intention of allowing a defense attorney to investigate. No matter. If we can't investigate, we'll find the truth through some other method. Always ready with a comeback. Well, do your best. Always ready with a comeback? All he says is, I will not let you investigate. And all he said was, okay, well, we'll figure it out some other way. Always a comeback with you. Yo, what's up, Maxim?
Excuse me, Monsieur von Karma? The truth is, it was I who melted the ice sculptures in Monsieur Dover's room.
What? What is the meaning of this, you clod? He reacted to it very differently.
I am truly sorry, both to you and Monsieur Gustavia.
Fuck, what was his voice? I know we had a whole conversation about this for like a half hour or something, and now I can't remember what fucking voice I gave him. I did not give him Waluigi's voice. Was it Russian? I didn't think I went with Russian.
Do not be concerned about me. Sir Von Karma has already recognized that I had no hand in this act.
That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia?
Ah, well, that was because...
Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. Catherine Hall, you are coming with me. You are under suspicion as a complicit in the murder.
No!
I shall be interrogating you personally. You best prepare yourself.
Very well.
Please wait. I still have some questions I want to ask her. I do not care for your sorry plights in the least. Oh my god. He is such a dick. In the most, like, magnificent way possible. Jesus Christ. I still want to question her more. I don't give a damn about your sorry plight. Well, fuck. Just say I can talk to her later, damn. Bad, Gustavia, and while I'm at it, you as well, scones. I have plenty of questions for you all.
Understood.
Hey, while I'm at it, he says, the nerve!
He just took everyone away with him.
Yes, even if we stay here, I don't think we'll be able to investigate any further. Let's take our leave for now. It has already grown rather late. I hope the snow has stopped by now.
Sounds good. I'm starving anyway.
Let's stop somewhere for hamburgers then, before my stomach joins the chorus. Why do I always say the clever ones just in my head and not aloud?
You can't fight on an empty stomach after all.
After all. We'll need to report to Mr. Master with our findings first thing tomorrow. So he's a fan of hamburgers as well. Him and Maya would have something to talk about if he hadn't died.
Huh? What are you doing here, Kate?
Ah, Monsieur Shields and Monsieur Edgeworth. Allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday.
Miss Hall looks a bit tired. Has Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, aside from what happened to the ice sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else.
Are you also here to meet with Master Jeffgate?
Yes, I'm worried about how he's holding up.
Detective Bad, why are you here? I just happen to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon.
I don't think this is a place that people happen to be, though.
Alright, later, Trep. See, I don't get it. Like, there are people around here that love eating noodles. What's the problem with just leaving it as noodles? Hey, dog, what's up?
He looks so sad.
Wait, was his hair always white? Jesus. Okay, that's what I thought. I could have sworn I remembered his hair not being white. Jesus. Super Saiyan God. White chocolate isn't a chocolate? How so? I'm curious. Yeah, it's been one day. No, this isn't present him because it would be Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth, and Ray Shields, but it's Gregory Edgeworth and Ray Shields.
Hello.
What the fuck?
Master Jeff, what happened to you? Oh no, Monsieur Master, why do you look so poor?
That's what made your hair white?
I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. I'm just a little exhausted.
I want to address his voice real quick because some people were disappointed that I gave him a lighter voice, given how, like, he's fucking buff. But to me, if I hear singer, I don't think of a guy that sounds like this. Or a guy who sounds like this.
I think of a guy with a nice, soft, sensual voice.
Personally. Besides, I really like the big guy but soft voice trope. I'm a big fan of that. Big fan of it, huh? Yeah, he did look like he get tortured. It is chocolate? Well, what's Maxim talking about then? My chocolate doesn't contain some chocolate solids. Oh, I see. So you both are consistent with each other, but Tara is claiming that if it's the oils extracted from cocoa beans, then it's still considered a chocolate. Whereas Maxim says because it doesn't contain any of the solids from cocoa beans, that it is not technically chocolate. Is that about right? Well, what do you mean by deep opera man voice? Like, how am I supposed to sound like? The problem is if I do deep opera man, it's just going to be deep, like, opera man singing. I don't even know what they would sound like normally. Like, what does Luciano Pavarotti sound like? Just when he's talking. I don't know. Besides, to me, he doesn't look like an opera singer. It looks like he's an R&B singer. Looks like he will drop some fucking hot R&B too.
They didn't let you sleep?
Even for an interrogation, that's going too far. Detective Bad.
The detectives in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but This is all I could do.
He was the one who brought me here. It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though.
That's not how he'll sound, but that's like his dead inside voice. So Google agrees with what Maxim said. Interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. It seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. So, are you also telling me that it's mostly the chocolate solids that... Chocolates, solid... Why did I say that? Chocolate. It's also mostly the chocolate solids that are poisonous to dogs? Because from my understanding, the darker the chocolate, the more hazardous it is to a dog's health. Whereas white chocolate, being the lightest, is not nearly as hazardous to a dog's health as the dark chocolate, dark chocolate. Speaking of which, Lucy says hi. Guess I don't think she's been around for a little bit. See, she'll give you a head nod. Well, I know no one opera singer sounds the same. Not just like no one R&B singer sounds the same, but I've heard R&B singers talk. Like, outside of singing R&B. I have not heard opera singers talk outside of singing opera, is the problem. To be completely honest. I could go a day too. I think maybe like 6 months ago, I streamed too. I think I went something like 36 hours without sleep, and I'm like, I need to go to bed. As well as Oh, okay. So 2 things similar to caffeine, fuck them up. I got you. So then the dark chocolate has less caffeine in this other toxin than white chocolate does. Oh, that's interesting. Because I was always worried about eating dark chocolate at night because, caffeine. But if I get white chocolate, it's not a problem. The only problem is the calories I'm adding, the empty calories before sleep. Right, isn't that what I said? More caffeine in the other toxin, or did I say less? I meant more. It seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. So, shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond?
Yes, sir. I got all my memos right here.
No! No, 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 no,
No, this is wrong. No, Gregory Edgeworth shouldn't do this because they'll come to question the issue of attorney-client confidentiality.
So this is what he should have did. Let Kate talk to him, let Detective Bad talk to him, and then once they're both talk to him, tell them both to get the fuck out of the room. It's fine if Ray's there because Ray works for him. But if you're speaking with your client about the case with other people present, what can happen with attorney-client privilege is that if it's been broken to a certain degree, a judge could say that it's completely broken and that nothing is confidential anymore. That's a huge problem. It's like ethically a really... You don't do that. You don't do that. Because you are possibly fucking over something that you wanted to keep confidential because it was told to you in confidence, but a judge rules that nothing is confidential because you fucked the confidentiality up. That can happen. Well, it says humans can drink about 400 milligrams of caffeine, like, relatively safely. Now, you're not in the US, so I assume your cup of coffee is probably a little less than 100 milligrams per cup, whereas our coffee is about 115 to 125 a cup, because we just do everything bigger for some reason. So for us, it's a little less than 4 cups that we should be drinking. It really should be 3 cups. And maybe a little bit of a 4th. And so for you, that'd be like, what, 5-ish cups or something like that? Oh, okay, so you use a mug. You don't use like the I guess, I don't know. It's not really a teacup, but it's similar, right? It's a smaller coffee cup. I've started amping up my caffeine because I tried to go as long as I could without needing to rely on caffeine to stay up through the day and get work done, but I just can't do it anymore. Anyways, back to Gregory putting the power of his attorney-client privilege in doubt. Rip.
Mr. Master, we would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation.
Yes, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone. Ah, my sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self. Monsieur Master.
Do we have anything that can give his spirit and his glucose a boost?
Yeah, just fucking give him the chocolate, damn it. It's his favorite. Oh, those chocolates, are you giving them to me? Ah, those chocolates are...
If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center.
I see. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it.
Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? Detective Bad, he looks like he noticed what we're trying to ask of him. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it. Detective Bad, thank you very much.
All right, I knew we could count on you, Detective Bad. I am truly in your debt.
Wait right here. Take it.
Thank you very much.
Not a word to anyone else. It would cause problems for me later.
Yes, of course.
You itchy? Why are you itchy? What are you looking at me like that for? Oh God. No problem. Oh yeah, you are itchy. You go back up and lay on the couch though? Oh God.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once.
I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad. I only did what I wanted to do.
Why can't you just be honest here, Detective? Oh, how sweet! It's like I've come back to life. Oh, did Kate make these chocolates? Yes, sir, I did. How does it taste? Melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Sweet chocolates melting in my mouth. So sweet, so divine.
I hate the music. I hate the music so much. So, like, I can't sing with it because it all sounds like fucking circus music. All his music that he, like, sings to in the with it in the background. Which is odd because the rest of the soundtrack's so good. And they play the brr, 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 like, ugh. I feel like the next act's gonna be brr, 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 brr.
Thank you for the tasty treat. Oh, they're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you. I am so glad you enjoyed it.
There it is. Yeah, it is Big Top flashbacks. It seems like this was a track that they used for Big Top, or we're gonna use, and they're like, fuck, we never used this. Well, we need a theme for Master. Okay. You could sing to this, right? No? Oh, whatever. You guys posted those two things back to back about food theory. It's just a theory, a food theory. And above all, it helped you regain your spirit.
Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolutely tasteless. And combined with the lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted. Is the food here that bad?
Just salt, beef, and stew, your average prison fare.
That is odd. I really could not taste anything.
Whatever, I'm about to head out to the crime scene.
Please wait, Detective Bad. Can you give us any new information?
Yeah, I think I can. We've identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Hoquet.
Isaac Dover was Pierre Hoquet? How could that be? Monsieur Pierre Hoquet. So Pierre Hoquet wasn't actually French, huh? I need to digest this information.
Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name.
The Zodiac sculptures, they were his masterpieces, it seems. Although they will remain forever unfinished.
Unfinished? Even though they're his masterpieces?
It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done.
Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right?
So those ice sculptures were his final pieces.
It's heartbreaking that they melted. I cannot apologize enough. Ah, no, I wasn't blaming you or anything.
Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture.
Hundreds of thousands of what? Pieces of chocolate? Pounds? Pesos? Dollars? Francs? Euros? I have never seen a Madagascar movie. Never once. Don't know why. Just didn't see the first one, and of course when the second and third one comes in, I'm like, same with Ice Age and Monsters Inc. I just never cared for those stories. I don't know why. Zimbabwe dollars. How about we give him some dollars from Zaire, which then became the Republic of Congo, which is now something else entirely, I think. That would actually be worth some... Wouldn't that actually be pretty valuable? Because, like, it's so rare. I've seen B-Movie. Which is ironic, because I really do not care for Jerry Seinfeld. Well, I don't care for Jerry Seinfeld's humor. As a person, I don't fucking know anything about him. But yeah, I thought that was a pretty good movie. I don't remember too much from it, but I remember being entertained. Wasn't it something like absurd that like you hear it like summarized and you just... Somebody was talking about it like 2 weeks ago. Hey, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movies from the 90s were flawless. You talk about one flaw about that movie? How about they all go and fight Shredder one by one? Like a bunch of morons. Instead of just all going after him at once. Although, I did like that they made him so badass. Cause like, there's some times where like you never see the villain fight, and by the time you see the villain fight, the hero's already powered up, and so the hero beats him, and you're like, well, the villain, they lost. Fucking Shredder annihilated them. I thought that was pretty sick. But then he does something stupid because Splinter triggers him. Wait, Seinfeld did that? I know Woody Allen did something similar to that, didn't he? That is a big yikes. Interspecies relationship with a bee. Oh, you can see the actor in his mouth? That's funny. I really like those movies. They're bad, but they're awesome too. Except for the third one. Not as good as the first two. Not awful. Well, it is awful. It's still entertaining, just not as much so as the first two.
He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture.
Just also, they changed the way the costumes looked for like no reason, and that was weird. What is your problem? What is it? What is it? What do you need? Use your words. That'll help me understand. Panting is not a language I understand. Could be many, many things. It's very vague. You could be thirsty. You could be hungry. You may need to go to the bathroom. You may just want attention. Oh God, here we go. Jesus. You could just be a gigantic camera whore. I think she might need to go outside. That's when she generally gets like really aggressive. She needs to go take a shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Go. Oh, we're back. You did indeed need to use the restroom. I was told they could learn like 30-something words. No idea if that's actually true though. Cues make more sense to me. I think it's certain pitches of voice. They understand the words by the way you say them, not the words themselves. Oh, really? It's from Game of Thrones. It's the Stark family crest, the wolf. No, we did not teach her. Well, no, that's not true. We did teach her words, but it's not go outside, eat, stuff like that. It's more sit, stay, go. Like action words as opposed to what words do you, or what do you need. And her name, you know. You can kind of tell what she wants to do because when you say a word, she basically knows the words, but not on command. So what'll happen is that I'll say, "Do you need to go out?" And what'll happen is if she needs to go out, she'll be panting, and I'll say, "Go out," and she'll stop and she'll cock her head to the side. "You need to eat? Or do you want food?" Cock head to the side. You know, that sort of thing. Well, we go into the garage and she knows she's going for a ride. We put on her a leash and she goes fucking crazy because she's happy. Not much, Ventus, because I had to go take my dog out.
It seems like you always had money troubles.
Hundreds of thousands for sculptures and always had money troubles?
The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation.
So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist.
You know why he entered a dessert contest? Not yet. He kept it a secret, even from his family.
I see.
It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement guard. I can't hang around here any longer than I have.
Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later.
That detective is a kind soul.
Indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will.
But he's pretty scary when you first meet him. I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday?
Of course. Allow me to give you a report of our investigation.
So this is what happened? I am sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you.
Damn. I'm sorry for the trouble she caused you. Shit. He probably is. And I know people like lose a lot of money that way. As somebody who gambles very responsibly, I can't fathom like being able to do that. Even if I had the money.
I'm truly very sorry.
Yeah, I suppose so, Sarah. I guess it is, since he took her in or whatever. It's like what a parent would do. I'm sorry my dumbass child here caused you so much trouble.
You have no need to worry, so as long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I asked you a few questions as well?
Yes, I shall divulge all that I know.
Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest.
Let's see. Miss Delicious's desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and designs were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired. And there was something strange about his desserts in the semi-finals.
Something strange?
Both Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's dessert had the exact same taste. They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing.
What did they look like?
There should be a picture of them at my mansion. Please allow me to show you later.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly.
Did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging.
Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. Since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. I was so moved I broke into song.
Wait a moment, please. Did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more details about that? Detail?
Google translated. Swoosh. Oh, Sura. Shura. I think it's his seriousness that makes his softer side, like, more impactful, though.
Yeah, it'll be in Smash. You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Dover's room, correct?
Yes, the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture.
Please have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings?
Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in the picture.
You ate all of the strings? How could you both have possibly eaten part of the strings? Unless she only took a very tiny niblet.
So the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. Actually, Delicia ate part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was so salty that she could not eat it.
You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all.
A problem with your sense of taste? How so?
There's a taste disorder called hypojusia?
What kind of G is that there?
Hypojusia? Hypogusia?
I have no idea. Yeah, it had to have cost them some monies. For real. And a lot of they probably started negotiating with Disney about that at the very like right when Smash was released.
There is a taste disorder called hypojusia, in which you lose the ability to taste salt.
It is a real good, because maybe I can find the pronunciation.
Hypogusia or hypogusia.
Or? I don't know, what do you guys think? The first one or the second one?
Hypogusia or hypogusia. Hypogusia or hypogusia.
Hypogusia makes more sense, but is from like what it looks like. But hypogusia, that sounds more, yeah, more fancy. More fancy. Oh, that's interesting. But he said it tasted good, so it had to have tasted something.
There is a taste disorder called hypogusia, in which you lose the ability to taste salts. Perhaps I've contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. However, I now know with certainty.
So that's why you couldn't tell what the food they served here tasted like.
No! For a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal!
Even if there is treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so you can receive a medical examination.
No, that won't be necessary. There's a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure.
Why would he have that prepared if he didn't realize he even had the disease? That's some real preparation there. Yo, it's a Tom. Well, yeah, that's how we were able to get the pronunciation, because it's actually there's a YouTube video on how to pronounce it. Decrease sensitivity to taste. Well, considering he eats nothing but fucking sweets, he might have a really bad cholesterol problem.
A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment?
Yes, please look for it later when you return to the mansion. It's your master, but that means revealing the... Kate, we should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory. Yes, sir, I understand. If that is what you wish.
A recipe for a special drug? Just what are they hiding?
Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave.
Yes, we will be heading there later as well.
Kate. What is it, Monsieur Master? You should not live for my sake. You should reconsider your lifestyle so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around. Please do not say things like that. I simply cannot live without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. Ah, Kate. Catherine. Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel? I'm worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself.
What do you mean? She collects
Pierre Hoquet's work and makes sweets, all to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything. She always puts aside her own preferences and things like that. She always puts aside her own preferences and things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me. Is that so?
He thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter.
and he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling, I also know it well. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime.
Ah, it is already time to leave, I see. So will my tribulations of questioning resume?
We should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well.
Can you ask the police about that?
I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes...
Oh, you are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you. Master Jeff, we'll come here every day with reports of our progress. And we'll bring Kate too.
Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it. Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I'm sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please hold on for now. If you confess, I am positive that Von Carmel will use that to his advantage. No shit! If you confess, it will be bad. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, that's not how controlling diabetes works. Holy shit. All parents except Zach Grammer. Oh, God. The worst. The fucking worst. Yeah, obvious statement is obvious. And that will make helping you all that much more difficult.
I understand. I shall do my best.
If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here. See, that's the type of dude, if he told me that, I'd be like, all right, you're wrong, so either accept that or get the fuck out of my office. Zach de Worst. Ooh, German. Zach de Worst. Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for what?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Shut up, Ray! Shut up!
Enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today too?
Like, Ray is the dude that gets you in trouble because you're like, we can't tell anyone about this. And the next time you see him around all of his, like, superiors, he's like, hey, Detective Bad, thanks for helping me out that time in the detention center, man. That was really great. Ha, high five. Are you going to leave me hanging? Okay. Not the time. Okay, I'll see you later. Of course, we still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence.
I'm sorry, but apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate anywhere else.
What? So you're saying we can't investigate? I'm guessing this is Von Karma's doing?
Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up on speaking with the people connected to this case.
Von Karman's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far.
Detective Bad, what do you intend to do?
I promised I'll do anything I can to assist you.
You have my thanks.
We won't let any of Von Karman's dirty tricks get the best of us.
It's been 18 likes. Hello, Amanda. Fair enough, Maxim. Detective Bad, is it alright if we investigate the fountain patio?
Yes, but we've already finished checking everything, except for the fountain.
So you checked everything except the most conspicuous thing in the room. That's fine, as long as there's still something. I shall continue investigating. Investigation time! There you are. Man, it hasn't even been 2 hours yet. I'm actually feeling pretty good, so hopefully we'll be able to get a full stream out. Like I've still had some nose problems, but not as bad as I assumed. And my PC's clean now. Woo! That's a win-win. Of course they didn't, Amanda. He's just like, trust me, Your Honor, I'm fit. That takes care of diabetes, doesn't it? Mr. Chad, was it? No, that's not how that works. I keep meaning to do something, and I keep forgetting. Every time somebody brings up the diabetes thing, I think about it, and now I can't remember. I know my parents have always been worried that I was going to get diabetes, but last time I took last time I had blood work done, it was in the normal range, but it was on the lower side of the normal range. So, like, I guess that's surprising to me. So I'm more likely to have the... Is there a problem when you have too low blood sugar too often? Does that affect insulin the same way? $18.1? Oh my god. Hey, Tom, okay, Tom, I have a question for you. I get my driver's license renewed very quickly. In your state, can you do that online? If you have glasses? Because I'm kind of curious as to how they ask this question. I could just do it, but since you're here, I thought I'd ask. It says in the rules that as long as your prescription has not changed negatively, there's no need to take another eye exam. As long if you say I still wear glasses, blah blah blah, they keep that, whatever. What's interesting is that I got my license before my second eye surgery, so if anything, my eyesight's better than it was. So in theory, I could say, well, maybe I could get it so that the license says I don't need to drive with glasses at night, or prescription lenses, whatever. I don't think I'd be able to get that anyway, though, so I'd still rather just, be lazy about it and do it online, but... Well, at least you don't have, what is it, type 1? Where, like, you have it from birth, basically, or, like, from a really young age? Because that's, like... Oh. I just lose consciousness. Okay, maybe that's a legitimate problem, then, considering how tired I generally am. Wait, what do you mean, Amanda? In order to, like, administer his insulin shots? Alright, well, hopefully that'll work out. Because I really don't feel like... my DMV is actually pretty good. That's why I don't have this really bad opinion about the DMV. My DMV, it is never super fucking crowded. Everything gets, processed in a timely manner. No real issues with that. But I'm also really fucking busy over the next few days, so I'd rather not have to take the trip if I don't have to. You need some... Okay. Which, yeah, I have no plans of doing that. Just that my eyesight hasn't gotten worse since the last time I took the test. Oh, Creature, it's because I had surgery. I had both of my corneas replaced, and I did them separately. In 2007, I got the right eye done. And then in 2011, I got the left eye done. Left eye was really bad before I got it done. And so I took but I had to take the test earlier that year before I had the surgery. So it's based on when my left eye was actually really bad. And it's still not great, but it's better than it was. So yeah, it's not like I'm some weird human being who had their eyesight just magically get better over time. Is medical stuff. I just wish I could wear contacts. But I can, but they have to be these, they're huge, and they're like a combination of hard and soft lenses. But oh my god, that gives me 20/20 vision. Problem is, because it's a special lens, insurance generally doesn't cover it. So, and they're really fucking expensive. Oh, that sucks to hear, Ryan. I mean, another problem, too, is just because of how, restrictions have been going on with the amount of people that can go anywhere, at one time. That could be an issue, too. Let's see. So, I'm not going to try to read from here. I'll try to read from this, because I have the chat here blown up so that I don't have to strain my eyes to read it. Here, but on here, in the chat box, I don't have it blown up, so it's like normal size. Trying to read somebody's, but because of I think that's what Ryan was saying. Let's see. Yay for government insurance for glasses. But I have to, like, to be able to see that. Whereas here, yay for government insurance for glasses. Yeah, my dad worked for the government for a really long time. So I know about that government health insurance. Woo! Government benefits in general. Woo! Hold on, a friend texted me. We've been trying to plan something, so I just want to make sure I get back to him. Okay, all right. Cataracts is one reason. My grandfather actually just had cataract surgery on both his eyes. And interestingly enough, he's like, now I can see 20/20 at a distance. But if I'm reading something up close, like a book, suddenly I need reading glasses. I never needed reading glasses before this. So I don't know how that happened, but... Glaucoma is one too, isn't it? Although I don't know what that actually does. My dad's retired now, Sarah. Also, fuck, what was I gonna say? I had a friend who was, I think he was like 2010. Boy, would he not let all of us glasses wearers in the group hear the fucking end of it. And his three best friends in the group, me, KY, and Tone, all glasses wearers. So man, would he just dunk in our fucking faces every time that became an issue. Like, ah, fuck you. Good for you, 2010 vision. Get this shit out of here. Oh, nope. I was using WASD. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue.
It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Hoquet's works. As expected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing.
So you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bad?
Defense attorneys, always the first to find fault with everything.
Perhaps that was wrong of me? Well, yeah, it was kind of a dick thing to ask. Yeah, I'm nearsighted too. Well, relatively speaking. I used to be a lot more nearsighted than I am now. Now it's more leveled out. One really interesting thing that'll happen to you, well, not necessarily will, but it happened to me, is, so I got my right eye done in 2007, right? And I said I didn't get my left eye done until 2011. What happened between those two periods was that my right eye was really good and my left eye was really bad. So by the time 2011 came around, my brain was so used to relying so much on my right eye that if I was sitting looking at something kind of unfocused, this eye would just start drifting, looking that way. Looking that way. I never noticed that it happened until my wife like smacked my head once and I was like, oh, what was that for? She's like, your left eye started like drifting off to the side. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. And I was like, oh, well, that's weird. So, but then it got its strength back or focus back once I had my once I had the surgery. Because then the combination of the eyes makes it so that and I kind of tried like using it and only it for a while so that, my reliance on it would grow again. See, that's good. Even with lenses, I can't get down to 20/20. I can only do that with contacts because of the astigmatism. Yeah, it'll get weaker, and then that'll be what happens. You can fix it. It's just a pain in the ass to have to worry about.
When I play tennis with God, beat him in straight sets.
So you're almost legally blind without glasses. But with the lenses, it completely corrects it. Well, it corrects it to average, at least. I know what flautas are. They're good. They're the ones that I made before are like awful for you because they're like super deep fried and talk about cholesterol bombs. But man, were they good. I've had to take eye drops every day of my life since 2007. It sucks because I also still hate eye drops. My eyes do not like being touched. That's why I have a thing for eyes in video games. When something goes after the eyes, I'm like, don't go after the eyes. Don't go after the eyes. Can you say this? Okay, well. I guess I can't talk. Oh, there's talk. What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir.
Have you found anything?
Seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixed in with the fountain water. It matches the chocolate from Jeff Masters' room. And the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition.
The fountain water circulates through the sorry, I can't talk today. The fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain.
Also, someone's blood was detected as well.
What? Why wouldn't that be the first fucking thing that you brought up? Jesus Christ! What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain?
Detective Bad, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared.
I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up.
The blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person.
The victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon.
Are taquitos generally stiffer? I thought flautas were stiffer than taquitos. And taquitos were a little softer. But if you like looked at them from far away, especially us who have it's like super bad eyesight from far away, they might look like the same thing. Or very similar. Somebody who has the wrong fucking number. That's what I would do. I have my work phone here. Somebody called my work phone, I'd be like, I'd pick it up like, you must have the wrong number. Beep. No, I wouldn't do that. I'd let it go to voicemail. But still, that shouldn't be calling you this late. Yeah, see, the flautas that I had were crunchy. Huh. Interesting. Then again, we also have hard shell tacos here, which are far inferior to soft corn or flour shells, unless you infuse them with Dorito flavoring, because then they're way better than they normally would be. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get you to buy their car insurance if they're calling you at 11:15. I know, Zod, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the flautas that I ate. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Damn it. I wanted to see if I could find the flautas recipe. So I did a quick skim through my pile, but I could not find it. I wanted to show it to you, Mr. Dominguez, so you can be like, this is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong, and then I know what I need to do in the future.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's.
I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. Yeah, okay. I mean, I suppose that sort of emergency can happen, right? Oh, it's entirely possible that I just haven't had good hard tacos. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I was under the impression that in Mexico, there just aren't hard tacos. They're, like, supposed to be soft. What are walking tacos? Aren't those like chimichangas, basically? Oh, I don't have any logic yet. So what? Alright, so we found the blood. Should I talk to him again? It's just in the water. I won't disturb him. The victim's blood was found in the fountain water. I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. Okay. Is there anything... This kind of looks out of place, right? This thing right here. But I don't think they're letting me... I can't go in and deduce anything. Oh, let's talk to her. That's all I've come to investigate today.
Ah, Monsieur Edgeworth, I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier.
Kate, she still looks a bit down.
Oh, so it's like a West Coast Mexican thing? Interesting. 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 Yes, then I can assure you that I have not had what you would consider good hard shell tacos. Tacos Day, this is fair. What Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her.
I've prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semifinals. Please take a look.
Those two things look like they were made by the same goddamn person. The same person. Taco ingredients in a little baggie along with your favorite chip. Oh, that's kind of cool. El Paso, the like in the box that you can get from the grocery store. If that's what you're talking about, I do not like those personally. Yeah, I'm not a fan personally.
Wow, delicious cake is so cute.
Monsieur Master also praised the design of Delicia's work very highly. Messieurs Gustavi and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the same thing twice.
It looks like I'm looking at the same thing. The animals are just a bit different. Except for their tails, which are exactly the same.
But it seems that their desserts had completely different tastes for the finals.
Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semifinals?
It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's son always came to see him, but there was no sign of him at the finals.
His son came to visit? I wonder if there's any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me?
Certainly. Anything to aid the investigation. And here's the recipe book that contains the special drug for curing taste disorders.
That cover looks familiar.
Wasn't this framed in the master's room? The master, sorry. Wasn't this framed in master's room?
Since it's also the prize for the contest, we put it out on display.
So the contest prize, Angel's recipe,
Wasn't just the recipe for desserts? That's right, we've informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet.
So the participants knew about the true contents of the Angel's recipe. Why was she so hesitant to tell us then?
She's like, but then you'll have to tell them the information everyone else already knows. Miss Hall, please tell me all you know about the angel's recipe.
Yeah, it was. I don't feel like it was hidden at all, and everybody's like, "I wonder why they taste the same."
Oh, those sound good. With them inside? Yeah, that sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cure. It's medicine, in addition to being edible food.
So the angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug. Yes, it's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet.
I'm sure that's much more innocent than how she presented it.
If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price.
Why, is something like that a prize in the contest?
Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group. Master Group? That name sounds familiar.
They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products.
Ooh, okay, so this is interesting. If he were to give it away as the heir, if he created it and is part of the company as the heir, could the company argue that that it's a trade secret and he does not have the authority to simply give it away by himself, and he'd have to go through like the board? I guess that depends on the structure of the business. Pretty interestingly, I would think. A full salad and a wrap. No, I wouldn't say so. I've had stuff with like lettuce, meat, cheese, ranch, tomatoes, that sort of thing, but I wouldn't have called it a whole salad. Yeah, it totally makes sense why Delicia joined. Something I know absolutely nothing about. Well, I mean, yeah, that was my thing in school, so I always get really interested about. I'm always really interested in that sort of thing. Pharmaceutical IP is like a whole separate discipline on its own. Salad can taste good, it just, you need the right composition. Not everybody's gonna like the same stuff. Type of lettuce, type of dressing, if you want meat, what veggies to add. There's like, some people like onions, some people like peppers, some people like tomatoes. They can really change the flavor.
They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products.
Ah, they've become big news recently with the release of Code Killer X.
Aha. We remember Cold Killer X.
I often use the Cold Killer products.
But I've never once seen you with a cold. What are you suggesting, that he takes it like you'd take, whatchamacallit? Codeine? To get high? I hate vinaigrettes. As much as I love wine, I despise vinaigrettes. I don't mind just like oil with some seasoning in it, but vinaigrettes, to get low. Well, I mean, you could use spinach as a salad. You can like just get a bag of spinach leaves, and you're still making a salad. Yeah, one of the hardest things I had to do was tell my wife, honey, you can't make this asparagus with balsamic vinaigrette anymore. It doesn't taste good to me. Just use olive oil. And oh my god, they've improved so much. I'm sure some people like that taste. I am not one of those people. I would like to hear more about the master group. Didn't he say he took her in at a young age? So like, did he never acquire guardianship of her? Or possibly have even adopted her? In which case she would be the next heiress. Did Mr. Master not want to follow in his parents' footsteps?
Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance. Well, that and the entire company.
Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest?
There were always people who were after it, something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged.
And the members of the Masters group approved of that? Information about new drugs being passed on to outsiders.
Of course they objected.
Aha!
That's why Alicia participated in the contest. On the order of the Masters group, she was requested to win the championship.
Okay, so apparently, because this sounds like it was actually Masters group property, it sounds like for whatever reason, the business is constructed in a way where if the owner of the organization decides that they just want to do something about it, they can. You'll see a lot of big businesses are not like that. They wouldn't just be able to go, oh yeah, I'm just going to give it away. Because the board, the people in power that are running would have to be the ones that released. I'm on live top chat, obviously, because I keep forgetting to do that. Well, yeah, codeine was purple drink. You drank the purple drink to get high. Don't drink the purple drink. It was a popular Southern concoction in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Might have been a thing before that too, but that's when I remember it first starting to pop up in popular music quite often. I love Italian dressing. No. Because that's closer to just being oil and seasonings. And I really like Italian seasoning. But that's like probably the extreme end of like oil-based dressings that I enjoy. And there are some Italian dressings that I do not like because of the seasonings that they use. And some are amazing. The Giga Chad who uses ice in his red wine. There was an episode of Frasier where it was in a flashback. They were his producer Roz was trying to set him up with a friend. And so he was getting all the wine orders for everyone to go get, pour them wine. She's like, "Oh, can you put some ice in mine?" "Oh, I like my spritzes to be cold." And that was apparently the sign that was the indication that led Frasier to give Roz the "this isn't gonna work" sign. Their signal. Which he was like, if I am not feeling, the connection, I will say, enchanté. And so he said, Enchanté. Giga Chad uses red wine in his ice. Probably. I like zesty Italian a lot. Maybe it's no, I don't know. Maybe it is house Italian that I don't. Something can be owned by a family, but if it's still run by a board, it works differently then. What you're thinking of is what's called a closed company, closed corporation. A closed corporation is usually something closely held within a family. And those are normally set up in ways where the family basically retains all the powers. But I'm not getting the impression that the Master Group is a closed corporation. It does water it down, which, like, the thing is that wine doesn't need to be watered down. But, like, the reason you would do it is, as Booty Consumer said, is to affect the temperature. Oh, he made Tom cry. I mean, I never put I never put ice in wine, but I have mixed Coke and red wine because apparently it's a South American thing and it actually tastes really good. And boy, can you down that fast. The only reason I ever do that though is if I like really need caffeine. Galimocho. This Spanish drink has a sophisticated flavor, but it's only 2 ingredients, red wine and Coke. Equal parts red wine and cola-based soft drinks. Concoction dates back to the 1920s in Spain. Sorry, Spain, not South America. But was relatively uncommon as Coca-Cola wasn't manufactured in the country at the time. The Coca-Cola factory opened in Spain in 1953 and the drink was reborn and given its current name in 1972. It has since become a classic of the Basque Country region. The model recipe was created by Pier Giorgio Odefreddi? An Italian mathematician, whatever. But yeah. Galimocho is very good. Very good. We put ice in our hard liquors, but not our beer. And one of the reasons we do that with hard liquors is because it can actually help to water it down because it's so strong compared to beer and wine. Like, it's okay. It helps you drink it just on the rocks without a mixer. Some of that stuff you can still drink neat, but it has to taste really good to drink neat. Maxim. Iced coffee is fantastic. Well, iced creamy coffee, like Starbucks concoctions. If you just put ice in black coffee, that shit tastes disgusting because it brings out the bitterness even more. I've never been able to, just like I've never been able to drink an entire Bloody Mary, I've never been able to drink an entire cup of iced coffee, or it's iced black coffee. I would never put Mike's Hard Lemonade in a glass, so I don't know if that would work out. Generally, wine coolers are cold as it is, so I wouldn't feel the need to put ice in them. Are you sure they don't put sugar in it?
On the order.
On the order of the master group, she was requested to win the championship.
You knew Delicia's true identity from the start?
Yes. In order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preferences.
Why did you help her?
I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. In the drug recipes, if the drug recipes were given to another company, he would be reprimanded by the board.
Okay. Maybe. So I wanted to stop and talk about the legal issues here, but the game actually takes care of it pretty well. So bravo to the game for actually addressing these problems. The issue is that he wouldn't just be reprimanded by the board. There would be much greater civil consequences to this. They wouldn't just slap him on the wrist and say, bad boy. No. He could be sued for a lot of money. Because that's essentially the company's secrets. I've never tried that. That's interesting. Hey, possum. It feels good. As long as it has something in it, black coffee just doesn't taste good to me. I drink it in front of clients because that's what they want to see from their attorney, and I'm not kidding. That if I meet a client in a coffee shop, I order black coffee and I drink it. I hate it, but I drink it, and I sit there and they're like, "Oh man, he's drinking black coffee. Hell yeah, hell yeah." No sugar, no cream.
I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept.
So it was due to Miss Hall's help that Delucia was able to reach the finals.
Speaking of which, Mr. Dover wasn't a pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals, considering he's just a sculptor. Yes, for him to be able to make such fine desserts despite being a sculptor. Sculpture. He is not a sculptor. He's dead now, but he's still just a former sculptor. It could be considered a federal crime. I guess if you would classify it as theft. But it's a really complicated matter, because can he steal from himself? Can he steal from his own company? Yes. Is that what actually happened? Maybe not. Their new McKilogram, is that where they put ice in their wine? Oh, I don't brew coffee. I use my Keurig. Just the little cups. Oh yeah, hearing rooms that smell like delicious coffee, that does seem good. Oh yeah, I vomit after every meeting, but then I take out that big old wad of cash they gave me and clean myself up, and it feels like I'm just kidding. God, would that be a fucking Giga Chad douche thing to say? And be like serious about. Caught myself red-handed. No, but this is a very interesting, like, legal situation. This is probably the first legal situation that this series has produced that I'm, like, truly interested in thinking about, like, from start to finish. How would I do all this? How would it go? Just because I find stuff like this more interesting than criminal. But I should focus on playing the game and stop
going through it in my head and just let the game figure it out. Let me know what their interpretation of how this work would be. Because again, if it's based on Japanese law, it could be different than my understanding of it as well. I'm not sure how corporations work in Japan. And intellectual property. Though I do know IP laws in Japan are actually stricter than they are in the United States. So I would think there'd be even bigger problems. From the Sherbet sculptures he made for the finals, it's clear to see he has great talent, but could he really have made that by himself?
That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help?
To save Mr. Masters, she's trying to help as much as she can. May we perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Miss Hall? I'm sure that would help us get on with the investigation.
Yeah, I'd like some of Kate's tea too. Right, understood. I'll be back in a minute.
I wipe myself with their innocence. Oh God. Something about that sounds so wrong. Oh man.
Kate looks a bit better now.
We've gathered information about all the contestants. And yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story.
Oh, deep fried butter is good. Just like deep fried cheese is good. Although deep fried cheese is better. Those are called cheese curds.
What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. A pastry chef bad at design and a sculptor skilled only at designing. It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could it be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's connection is Detective Bad? We have reason to suspect the actions of Dane Gustavia. Yeah. It is imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, this conversation is most interesting!
I do like that he has a cane too. Surprised he didn't swing that thing around. Be a way for... Wait, what? Would there be a way for Chief to keep the book and escape the Master's punishment? What do you mean? The chef? The chef that gets the book? I mean, the bigger problem is Masters, not the person that receives the... receives the book. He's in significantly worse trouble. Agreed, Nemo. Deep fried anything is fucking delicious. It can take anything that's bad and make it good, like a slice of a tomato, which would normally be god-awful. You deep fry it, suddenly it's fucking delicious. Tom. Oh, for Masters to escape punishment. If he has the authority within the operating agreement and how the business operates, then he's fine. But if he did not have the authority to give it to someone else, then he could be punished by his own company. Well, I mean, the company could file a lawsuit against him. The company could just not do anything. That's always possible. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia. Von Karma. It would be devastating to my case. I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. Tis. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place. It seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask you. Yes? I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. The Gustavia and Dover's relationship? It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to be participate in the same contest. Von Karma would give us the shortest testimony ever in the game. He just stops and Edgar's just like, that's it? Huh. There was nothing more to say. What? How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? Did you think he was gonna give you the actual information, Ray? Wow, you are fucking naive. If we want Von Karma to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something. I'm not gonna push there. I'm not gonna press that. Those two? Yes, those two. Okay, that's it. It may have been a coincidence that the two participated in the same contest. However, you can't say for sure that they weren't connected. Oh, this game loves its double negatives. Defense attorney, how many times must I tell you? Because lawyers love their double negatives. It's very realistic. I don't think I'll do that anytime soon, but that's interesting. Deep fried cake, yes, that's good. Yeah, funnel cake. There you go. That's a type of deep fried cake, Sarah. Not necessarily the deep fried cake. If you have no evidence to challenge my argument, be silent. Okay, so I'll be silent for now then. But I need to show evidence for a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Your mouth may be silent, but your eyes tell me everything. What is it you want to say? Does he want me to speak or be silent? It would seem Von Karma does not want us to know Gustavia and Dover's real connection. Maybe the connection between those two puts the prosecution at a disadvantage? Yeah, no shit, Ray. Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover should have had something in common. I should enlighten Von Karma on this fact. Okay, well, I'm glad the game was just like, yeah, you don't really need to press, just fucking present evidence. The pH thing, right? But like, how do we, what's this? Is it this? Objection! No, it's not that. I mean, they both had pH in their works, didn't they? No, they didn't. They didn't. No, they didn't. This was just found when on his dead body. So in that case, show him the picture? Because these two look exactly the fucking same. Objection! Yeah, okay.
Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. The desserts were made for the contest semifinals. Don't you think these two have a particularly impressive design? Just what are you getting at? These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy, and yet for the semifinals he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor. What are you trying to say? I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. At first glance, they may look completely different. No, they really don't. Why would he make them look so fucking similar? But even though the designs are different, it's clear they were made from the same materials. Is that so? The same flavor and composition. It's impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts points to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. Did Von Karma know about their collaboration? However, what I'm about to say is not going to help your case at all. That's exactly why you use double negatives, so that you can confuse someone as to the wording of what you're asking. Which makes it kind of douchey, right? But that's what it is. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together. You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth? Because it's devastating to my case. No, I'm just kidding. I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time. How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? This concealment of the truth is something I cannot ignore. Last night? That was after Mr. Dover's sculptures had melted, right? Yes, afterwards I went to interrogate Gustavia personally. Interrogated Von Karma? Sounds scary. Knowing Mr. Gustavia, I feel like he probably tried to meditate through the interrogation. The moment he closed his eyes, I snapped my fingers like so to show him that no one remains silent in front of me. Yes. Yes. No one remains silent in front of me. What a fucking legend. And did that have any effect? Because of that, I was able to get a perfect confession about his connection with Dover. Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated? Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it through a single round. If so, what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals? The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended their collaborations. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. Seems his pride as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would certainly have been hollow had he cheated. So he believes that their cooperation only went so far as the semifinals. But what if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor von Karma, could you explain their cooperation in a little more detail? Very well. Why? Because Gustavi had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Is there anything to refute that? Concerning your statement about Mr. Gustavia's designs, I've no objections to that. I have no objections either. He's got no sense of style. When I saw him attempting to fashion my likeness with candy, just thinking about it disgusts me. Yes, I literally think it's both. Love to hate and hate to love.
I actually liked his candy crafting, though.
A novice pastry chef and one with no sense of design. It's only natural such pathetic specimens would associate with each other. Their cooperation lasted only until the semifinals. For the finals, they were on their own. They cooperated the day before, but not the day itself. That seems highly unnatural, don't you think? What I am saying is only the truth. How unnatural it is matters not. I like this smirk a lot, but weren't you unnaturally concealing that very same truth just a minute ago? There must have been a reason he hid this fact from us. Mr. Master said Mr. Dover was the favorite to win at the finals. Which means he must have still been cooperating with Mr. Gustavi at the time, right? Yes, that is what I believe. I must have evidence that proves that they still cooperated during the finals. Would it be the evidence themselves? Or the evidence itself? Or the prize? You see a cake the size of my face? Damn, how big do you think my face is? I've seen cakes bigger than my face. If I saw a cake of my face, yes, that would be kind of shocking. Well, can you deep fry gas? You'd only get that liquid hydrogen core or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be. Like the size of my entire body? Yeah, that'd be... That would be interesting. But I mean, I've seen tall wedding cakes. It's not like that outrageous. No, I don't want a cake of my face. At all. Like one of those fat heads people wave around. Okay. They're still collaborating. Says the sherbet was most delicious.
Objection!
You say that Mr. Gustavi and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals? That's strange. Delicia testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious.
Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperated during the finals as well? Defense attorney! How many times do I have to tell you? Alicia Scone's subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There is still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. He's right. And it's not like she's expert testimony. My wife, oh, here we go. Here we go. Always gotta bring his family into it. My wife is an amateur, yet her cooking rivals that of world-class chefs. How is that not a subjective opinion? Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentioned that a part of her sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Ugh. That was good. That's probably some of the best work Von Karma's done. Edgeworth got dunked on there. That was a pretty weak piece of evidence to present. Not that it was terrible, because it is somebody saying, well, it was good. So would a novice be able to make it good? Yeah, they could. It's possible. So he admits to having a wife. Yeah, who is she? Jeez. That was my joke, Sarah. You didn't mention that. That seems to be everyone's favorite part from that VOD, like of case 1-4. The perfect sex. It is kind of unexpectedly wholesome that he's like, he obviously admires his wife to some degree, right? What, no more objections? Is there no way I can prove their collaboration?
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something that's been bugging me.
What is it?
The desserts Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right?
Indeed. They were frozen sculptures, after all.
How would they have had the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? Let alone help Mr. Gustavia with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all of his time. Just how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures?
Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. Dude wrote that down and ate it.
Ray, you have a promising future.
Tasty, tasty, tasty.
Thanks to you, I've noticed one more possibility. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly, and the contest time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was... The sherbet was prepared in advance. All he needed to do was sculpt it. You! Just what are you mumbling about? Please excuse me. I finally realized your earlier view was correct.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth.
What are you doing?
Oh, so you're finally admitting defeat? Edgeworth and Francisca state that Francisca's an only child, yet Von Karma has a grandchild. One of those two things is incorrect. Unless it's Francisca's child. But didn't he also say the child was like 6 or something? And Fox used to do it too. Pudge and Fox. Though Fox doesn't stream anymore. Pudge does a really good snake. He had another trial. He wasn't perfect enough. Oh, God. 7. Yeah, so she didn't have a child at 11. I have a hard time believing that. Or it would have been 16 or 17 in the first game. So she would have had to have the child when she was like 10. No. All I'm admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? Because he fucked him. The views of the dead are of no concern to me. I get why he's saying that, but holy shit does that come off more harsh than I think he understands. Jesus.
Objection.
You're a douche. If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim? You ingrate! You dare mock me! That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. I love that they have Gregory, like, going at him. Because, like, even when Phoenix beat him, he wasn't really going at Von Karma. Yeah, isn't that what I said? Like, their channel still streams on Twitch, but Fox himself does not stream. I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person. A clear reason? Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case. You claim their collaboration is irrelevant? If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that were the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. You really are a lawyer. Show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia. His argument is good, but like, sometimes you could get ahead of things by admitting to some of that stuff in order to control the end perception of it. Then you're probably able to spin it much more convincingly than if you withheld the information. Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma. What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer? But I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. The very fact that he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts. I knew it. Was it a trap after all? I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this.
This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover and their sons. Whoa, that's a bombshell. Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo. To steal the photo? Oh. Okay. I get it. I get it now. I thought they meant that they were actually like a married couple and had two sons. Cause I was about to be like, how the fuck did nobody mention that big fact? Okay, so that's just their sons were friends. Okay. Jesus. Whew. Exactly, Zod, exactly. To steal the photo? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Apparently he thought that he'd be suspected if people found out he and Dover were acquainted. Yes, just like you're doing now. It's called First. That makes sense. There's nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. No! He's still adamant on not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia. I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Curse that Von Karma, calling us a waste of time. What should we do, Mr. Edgeworth? At this rate, Master Jeff will be... Von Karma is busy? Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and murder weapon have been found, and he already had his suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Masters' guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene? Gregory, have you ever heard of due diligence? It is a thing. That they had an affair. Mr. Edgeworth, is there something wrong? It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation. Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene. We still don't know why. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all. Mr. Dover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room, and somehow found its way into the fountain. What does this mean? He could have... But... That's a really interesting approach. I mean, he's right. But man, you must assume that dude sucks. Like, otherwise. Like, oh, he only gets what he, like, just the bare minimum of what he needs, and then he goes away. Like, shit. That's a low, very low opinion of someone and their work.
although the victim's blood wasn't found in Master's room. It was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, the blood would still have remained in the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased all the bloodstains? Pretty quickly. Because you get scrutinized more as a young attorney by judges because they want, not that they want to be dicks, but they just want to make sure that you're doing things right because you don't have a track record with them. So I think he would get found out pretty quickly. Well, and Von Karma tried to hide it from the judge too, but I mean, the problem is that information gets out. Judges will hear about it. It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene, and the autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. The body has been discovered! Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking shouldn't be why is Von Karma hiding information about the body, but rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for autopsy. It was moved and hidden by the real killer. And that's just something nobody knew? I guess Bad was the second investigator, so he just might have made the same assumption. Okay, but you weren't scrutinizing like his work. I would much rather a judge scrutinize my appearance than my actual work. Attorney Twain, you really need Attorney Twain. You know, you really need to get into the barber and get that lining looking like an actual line. Damn. Damn. Mr. Edgeworth? I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals. See, that sort of thing would not be ignored by like an ethics committee if they're getting wind of all this stuff. And then subsequently judges. He would have a reputation. Yeah, I've heard that too, but what does this have to do with this? What does that have to do with this? I try to avoid judging others based on rumors, and I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Von Karma until today. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth. Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery? I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this. I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word to that attorney. Roger. Who are you pointing at? He's supposed to be pointing at Von Karma, but because of the you can't diagonal. I know. It just looked weird. What do you want, defense attorney? I want to know the truth that you've been hiding. Fool! Are you trying to mislead the police's investigation again? If you interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself. No, the prosecutors in the U.S. do not have the ability to reprimand a defense attorney on their own. That doesn't mean they still can't go all their way to try to tase you, but that is also illegal. That would be battery. Assault with a dangerous weapon.
Objection.
Police? No. My objection is with you. What? Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? I thought we've established long ago that that is not the case. Not the case. But he's right. No. I mean, you're right, Amanda. Normally, attorneys do not do that sort of investigation themselves. I have a permit here, approved by me. Perfect logic. Yeah, but in this case, even Gregory is saying that in Japanese law, the prosecutor's job is supposed to ensure justice for criminals. But all that we've really ever seen is, let's make sure they get a guilty verdict. Once they pick somebody, it's their job to get a guilty verdict, not find the truth. But I know that part of this whole, like, the social commentary, that's like at the crux of the social commentary of these games. The way Phoenix goes about things is to find the truth. The way Edgeworth eventually goes about things is to find the truth. And they're emphasizing that prosecutors often don't look for the truth, but instead purely to get the guilty verdict. But it's funny that they actually say this, because I'm pretty sure this is like never said in the first 5 games that I played. Not that I remember, at least. Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? Humph! What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. There's no debate about that. Yeah, Claver was trying to find the truth too. But I mentioned that one of the things I loved about Claver is that he was the closest you will find to your interactions with him is most closely what your interactions with a prosecutor would be out of all the prosecutors that he's most like a real prosecutor you'd encounter instead of people cartoonishly evil like Von Karma. But even in Claver's case, I don't remember him saying it's a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals, from criminals. However, I will tell you one thing. Well, he's a chill guy, and being a prosecutor was only his fucking side job. At 18 or whatever, or however old he was. He's young too, wasn't he? My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. No. See? No. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt.
Objection.
Where would you put Mia in that hierarchy, Tom? That ranking. And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery? Ha! I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you? Oh, okay. When you said Godot, I thought you were combining the two. And we just left Phoenix out because most of what he does is through the use of fucking magic, right? Yes. And it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bad to investigate.
What do you mean?
The real reason Detective Bad wasn't investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact you never found the body.
What?
They never found the body? You cretins, you will cease with these ludicrous accusations. I will not tolerate any further insults. In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not. The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. No! No! No, it does not! No! This is entirely incorrect. The burden of proof falls on the prosecutor. This might be the most incorrect thing Von Karma's ever said. Oh God. Oh my God. Whew. Field of tax. People always need their taxes done. I never found the body, but before you can verify it, you must prove I never found the body. That's what Judge Courtney does a lot, too. Yeah, that's probably a good ranking. I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture. You must have noticed it too, the lack of bloodstains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go? Foolishness! Why would anyone erase just the blood in the chest that contained the body? Yes, that's exactly right. The body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have... The body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well. Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like a trivial detail to me. We're making a big deal about the fact that you never found the fucking body. That's kind of a big deal. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went? In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim.
Take that.
No, that's not how it works, Amanda. How criminal law works in the United States is that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor, always and forever, to start the case. Now, there are things that can occur that can shift the burden of proof. But in terms of finding someone guilty of a crime, it is always on the prosecutor and not on the defense. The defense will use evidence, yes, to
attempt to, disprove what the prosecution is attempting to prove, but it's still on the prosecution to attempt to prove their case overall. I didn't see what he said. Well, yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what future characters there are. Why would I want to know that? Well, right, but that's not leading the case, so to speak. That's just whomever's turn it is. So the prosecution, puts forth their case, and then the defense responds. I guess I just wouldn't word that as lead the case. Lead the case makes it seem like it's the person that's pushing the case in the first place, right? So what you're saying is, I understand what you're saying now. The wording is what threw me off. You mean as a profile picture? I mean, I have no idea if they're actually from a game or not, if I don't know, who they are. That, and I don't really pay attention to the profile pictures, because they're really small on my screen. I can't even tell what Ventus's is. I see a dark blue-green, almost, color. Is that hair? Maybe? I can see that Tom's a face. I can see that Booty Consumer's a face. Ryan has like a... Is that like a dragon-esque sort of face? Maxim's is an M. It is an anime girl to go with her. That makes sense. Amanda's is also an anime girl of some sort. I have no idea what Creatures is. To me, it looks like it's just two... Like, some orange goo and some purple goo are, like, forming together. Emo's is a heart monitor. That one's pretty easy. Lugia's is a pony. That I've known that one for a while, though, because I subbed to his channel, so I've seen it blown up more. I have no idea what JB's is either. It's Shrek from Shrek 2. There you go. It's a devil hunter? Yeah, I can't tell. I cannot tell. So, like, I can tell these basic characteristics, but if I've never seen them, I don't really know who they are. So... Human Shrek. Charizard? Is that what Chinese Charizard looks like? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. As you can clearly see, this is where the blood disappeared to. I see no problem. With this flawed logic, you're the one who should disappear. I can't just disappear. Typical defense attorney, I have no time for you. I must be going. Von Karma, wait. Please look at this first. Wait. The fountain wasn't correct? Oh, this is the... It showed him a family photo. Oh. I thought oh, the fountain thing was logic. Oh, duh.
I mean, this has blood on it. Where's the fountain? Oh, is this it? No, that's the deserts. The fountain water, okay.
Take that.
There were traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream, which then flowed into the fountain. All this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the bloodstains. Gah!
Yeah, I mean, because, like, let's say that a person has a character's name. Other than Phoenix Wright, who's, like, the titular character, right? Even that, it's Ace Attorney. But let's say they have a name of their character, like, they have a character and they have a name that is the character. I still have no idea that that character is a part of Ace Attorney. It could be part of any anime. A lot of people like Ace Attorney like other anime, too. So, unless they said, like, name from Ace Attorney, then yes, at that point it'd be like, motherfucker.
Von Karma, where was the body really found? If you really found the body, you should be able to answer.
You! How did you know this information?
How do you know the results of the water composition tests on the fountain?
Because I allowed them to investigate.
Bad! Always a thorn in my side! How dare you do your job the way you're supposed to! From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case.
It's not like you were letting me do much anyway.
Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all? You say I never found the body? Where is your evidence?
I don't have to prove a negative. In this situation. Where is the autopsy report? That would provide at least alleged proof that the body was found and examined, even if it turns out to be inconclusive. Oh my god. He went from fucking amazing earlier in these exchanges to this is terrible. This is actually terrible.
He's never going to confess. Yeah, no shit. I have nothing further to say to you, Gregory Edgeworth. This matter will be decided in court.
Yeah, when you can't provide the autopsy report? And thus you can't even prove the cause of death?
We'll just see how well your logic holds up there. Von Karma, I know your methods are wrong. I promise, without fail, I will expose the truth you've hidden. Detective Bad, I'm sorry. It's because you let me investigate that.
No, this was bound to happen, sooner or later. This is also the first time I've been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark.
That I will make clear in court.
If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Even though I'm no longer in charge of this case.
Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too. This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But if all else fails, I'll have this ready. Your trump card? You'll see at the trial. Wow, I get to be at the trial too? Of course, you are my assistant after all. I'll be an ace attorney too next year. Von Karma will never beat the two of us. Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer, if Von Karma is to be my opponent, he'll want the trial ended in a day. That's right. Actually, 5 minutes. We have to save Master Jeff as fast as we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma. Jeff Master, alone in a dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I am to save him. He can get an autopsy forged, but he hasn't even provided a forged copy yet. I mean, do you know how difficult it would be to obtain a fantastically forged autopsy report and then being able to get away with it? You know how many times that's happened in history? Not very often. Not in this universe, in our universe. So, like, until I've been told by this universe that it's easy to forge and get away with a forged autopsy report, we know that Von Karma forges evidence. But do we know that he forges autopsy reports before this point? We wouldn't, but how often do you think that happens, Tom? Oh yeah, it's definitely perjury. Fraud. You couldn't be too confident in the way the judicial system works for criminals if you believed that people were able to get away with forgeries on a consistent basis. Forged autopsy reports. So it's not like your question is valid, and I don't know. But I'm extrapolating here. Right, that's also part of the problem. You know how many people would have to work together for that to happen? People don't work together well. At least not that well to get away with, like, criminal stuff. That's why conspiracy theories about secret organizations ruling the world are always really funny to me, because it's like you're relying on a lot of people being able to work together really well for that sort of thing to actually occur. I believe you're overestimating humanity here. Yeah, can you prove that not all autopsy reports are forged? Oh, man. Yeah, well, that's the thing.
you could challenge the validity of the autopsy report and do something like that, Amanda. And then you'd go into it further. I mean, it sounds cool though. Illuminati.
And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident.
You mean the trial? You don't? I thought you went to the trial. Yeah, it's no guarantee, but it is a way to attack credibility. You'd also have to show what happened to the body after the autopsy report, which means you probably have to forge additional documents. Because let's say you never found the body, or that you wanted the body to be shown to have, had that happen in a separate way than what really happened. You wouldn't want them to be able to see the body again, because they could just ask for their own independent examination. There can be multiple autopsy reports. And let's say we didn't have the body. Well, what happened to the body? Well, we had it cremated. Were you allowed to do that yet? And even if you were, do you have the documentation for that too? You don't just burn the body and then that's it. It's uncommon, but it's not rare. Like, multiple autopsy reports. It happens. Not frequently, but it happens. It's not like I wouldn't, if I came across that, I wouldn't be like, wow, 2 autopsy reports. That's what I mean by, like, there's common, there's uncommon, and there's rare. I would say it would be more uncommon than rare. Accidentally cremated early. Oh, I'm sure. But like that should be less of a thing now. Because record keeping back then wasn't as good as it is now, like either. Or the procedures in general. I never understood the whole, like, okay, let's say the Earth's flat. Why would they hide that? What's the point? Maxim, that fan club doesn't exist. There can't be that many people in the world to form that club. So that's what happened in my father's last case, the truth of the IS-7 incident. To control us by having us think the Earth is round. Oh, damn. They sure got us there. Woo. What happened at the trial? In the end, Von Karma defeated us. Huh? So you couldn't prove Mr. Masters' innocence? Do you see Mr. Masters around here right now? No, because he's dead. We have gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. Hey, something more realistic than a three-day trial where the trial happens immediately fucking after the body's found. Holy shit. But I know they it's noted that the rule was implemented right before the start of the first game. There are many reasons why their arguments are incredibly dumb, Amanda, but yes, I don't know. I can't answer your question. No one believes in them? What do they say in Star Trek that I think is very true? It's something about conspiracy theories that basically they're way more likely to exist if you don't know about them. You don't have any evidence about them. But when somebody brings forth a conspiracy theory, it's more likely than to not exist. I can't remember the exact quote. It's really interesting to think about, though. What an outrage at this realism. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down, the 28th of December. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies. 28th of December, 17 years ago, I was watching from the gallery that day. This is my December. This is my time of the year. This is my December. This is all I need. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. I just wished I didn't feel like there was something I missed. I take back all the things I said to make you feel like this. Maxim. Unsubscribe. Because it's a Linkin Park song. There's a game when you play a Karen. Oh god, that would be irritating. Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty.
No, Mr. Master didn't fake a confession, did he?
Yeah, that was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to quash that argument. He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then, they made Mr. Master give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. This is, like, impressive level of corruption. Holy shit. Whew. With Mr. Master's confession, the situation quickly became dire. But your old man had a trump card up his sleeve. If you're wondering, yes, you could argue that someone was like coerced into a false confession. That is something you can get around, although it is problematic. Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about? Yeah, that trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He had asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded.
Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh?
He is a detective, after all. After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, and when he had 18 anti-air missiles shot at him directly and was able to avoid them all, but they hit his coat, so his coat was left with gigantic holes in them. He really was the definition of a true detective. The defense presented the recording, which proved that the confession was forced. Well, it seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Replacer, good old Replacer. Oh god. Oh god, that's amazing. Took all of the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. Yeah, that's the thing. Von Karma wasn't even the chief prosecutor, so for him to orchestrate that level of corruption is crazy. The only penalty is 40 years of prosecution.
However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty.
My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there watching my father's final trial. At this point, Edgeworth should be questioning the competency of his client, his ability, his client's mental capacity to make this decision. Because if a client comes to me and tells me they want to plead guilty, we have to plead guilty. But if they're doing it because they're losing their mind, that's something that you can attempt to stop. Of course, if they're proved competent, then you gotta do it. I guess it depends on what their law is on reopening cases. Yeah, and that's kind of the other problems, because they use corporal punishment. They're probably dead. My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there watching my father's final trial, and I think his final regret became my own. The old man wanted the retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish, after getting entangled in another case. It breaks my heart even now that I didn't return home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray poured all of his hatred on you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil. I'm sorry. Yeah, well maybe if you fucking stepped up and took guardianship instead of Von Karma, who just has as good a claim as you in terms of, you know, you're not related to him at all. Ray being a fucking coward. Well, right, the judge won't, the case won't bother to be reopened without new evidence to present. I think so, Tom, because I think it was implied that, who was it? Somebody in one of the earlier games didn't kill someone directly. So they were implied to not have gotten, they were still alive. Or, what's his face? In this game, early on in this game, he had, I'm assuming, a life sentence. And you could say it's because his murder was a panic murder. It wasn't first-degree intentional homicide. He was stealing, got caught, and in his, you know, in his hurried reaction, decided to, yeah, saw it. Ray was 18 at the time, so it would have been a big burden, but at the very least then, don't be like, oh, you taking in Von Karma, fuck you. That's like some of the worst goddamn logic. But yeah, Solid's, I think, case proves that different degrees of murder means you can avoid corporal punishment. Or, or however you want to frame it. Capital punishment, corporal punishment. I mean, injecting someone with the lethal injection is still a physical injury, right? You're still killing the person. So I suppose that would be technically still corporal punishment. Or they hang too, right? They hang in this universe. Oh, I think transferring his hate is incredibly cowardly. He's avoiding his own guilt. That's what cowards do.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover.
That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice?
But this case file says guilty of murder. There shouldn't be anything unresolved in the case handled by Miss Manfred von Karma. Yeah, he did need that copium. What does him being an adult have to do with whether an action was cowardly or not? In terms of, like, an emotional response. Because if a kid does something like that, yeah, they're still a fucking coward, but they're a kid, so you just go, oh, they're a kid. We'll settle with that. We understand. So we don't criticize. That doesn't actually make them not a coward. Oh, you're talking about legally speaking. They said he was 18, so yeah, he would have been legally able to adopt. In the United States, at least. Well, yeah, of course it's still sad. If it wasn't sad, the game didn't do a good job of, you know, impressing its impact upon you. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, legally speaking, he would have been able to adopt under US law. I don't know if it's the same in Japan. Godot's murder still wouldn't be first-degree intentional homicide, though, because he wasn't planning on that happening, right? Yes, correct, Treacher. You can say because he didn't physically have the means or maturity. Not maturity. He just didn't have any way to really support Miles overall. That he was making the decision that is in the best interest of Miles long term. But then transferring the hate was, yeah, to avoid his own guilt. Yeah, if he just took action without thinking much, then that's a lower degree. Because it's not, in theory, it's not premeditated. Premeditated murder is what makes it first degree intentional homicide.
Wait, can I take a look at that file? It looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this.
Oh, sure. Oh, no, I agree with you, Tom. I think there's a defense there. I'm just saying from the prosecutor's perspective, you couldn't, even if you decided to bring a charge, you would not get away with a first-degree intentional homicide charge, and so Godot would never have been executed, was my main point. Not that he couldn't have successfully defended himself. Yeah, Frank saw it's the really is the gold standard for like he did it impulsively, and because he did it impulsively and not without planning ahead of time to do that, then he does not get executed. In terms of Ray, Maxim, I mean, I agree. He's a flawed character, and I like flawed. I'm not saying I don't like Ray. I'm just saying he's a fucking coward. You can be a good character and a fucking coward.
Jeffrey Master, 39, creator of the dessert contest. Victim's body was found inside a dessert made by the suspect. This led to his arrest in jail. He's diagnosed with hypergeusia. He's treated with his own confession.
The charge is accomplice to murder?
This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts.
Why would it change? Why would the charge be altered?
This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you're Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out after all.
So what I come to believe back then had all been a lie. How do you not know that already? I wouldn't trust a damn word dude told you from now on.
If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. The statute of limitations has long expired, but the truth still sleeps right here. After Old Man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case, perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Master was found guilty.
No! Is there nothing we can do even now?
Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. I found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him.
You can't... A confession acquired by coercion is not a proper confession. At that point, it doesn't matter if he can withdraw it or not. It just should be disregarded. Yeah, although there are state limitations and then there are federal limitations. So technically there's two set, like there's each case has their own law of no statute of limitations, and then there's the federal no statute of limitation. You're right. I'm just saying that I'm just making it clear that each state has to do that themselves. I don't know, honestly. Because if somebody presents the body as an art piece, and you can understand, and you can figure out the motive of why they did that, you might be able to go back and argue that they always had the intent of killing that person. And Tom's right, too. Like, that's the thing. If it kills his credibility, how is he going to prove that it was self-defense? Because anything he says at that point should seem like it's bullshit.
Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges.
That's terrible!
I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession.
Oh, man. What a fucking guy. What a fucking guy. I haven't seen Hellraiser in forever.
Miles, on the day that Knightley boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison?
I see.
You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you? I said I'd visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Kitty Pie to look in on him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow she went, every single day without fail. But nothing has changed, and Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you going to do, Miles?
I'm a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father.
Miles.
But moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. And it's for that reason that I am here.
You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you've decided, I'll support you all the way. I'd better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes.
Oh, so they're absolute bullshit, because why would you put those notes in orange? Why would you put anything in orange? Your taste in color disgusts me. But thank you anyways.
And now, here's the IS-7 evidence. There's a lot, so make sure to look it over while you investigate.
Received a lot of IS-7 evidence. Right. I'll check through it later. Why does he have the evidence? I guess he might just have given him pictures.
Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case.
Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statue from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace, and
the notes he hadn't eaten.
I do not use orange highlighters. Okay, I did use orange highlighters for my, I could show you guys a, one of my, case books once, because they're marked up to all hell because I highlight shit. But the only thing I would use for orange was the ultimate verdict, because that was short. The ultimate finding was short. All the reasoning and explanation would still get another color. But that's the only thing I put in orange. Oh, God. Oh. Poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. The two chemicals in the Pisces case, bromalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was Dame Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. But I thought they just said that he was found guilty of accomplice to murder, not murder. In which case he probably wouldn't be executed, I'm guessing. Well, actually, I'm not sure. But if he hasn't been executed now in this world, I don't think he'll ever be executed. In the US, it can take for fucking ever. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. And once again, the ice sculpture have melted. Ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started. Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Didn't I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us!
If they were sitting there listening the whole time, they should fucking know. Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is... It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isn't that incredibly unlikely? It looks like they redid the fountain. Actually, no, they didn't. They did not redo the fountain. It just looks different because they removed all that stuff. But I guess nothing was ever renovated. You forgot they were here. Yeah, we forgot that there was such a good case going on with good characters that when they came back, you're like, oh shit, that's right. We got to deal with you pieces of garbage. It has been everything 18 years. No, Sebastian's fine. And they're both okay. Justine as a judge is just fucking terrible. It's likely that the identity of and the whole prodigy thing that we were talking about before, but I mean their characteristics themselves are okay. It's likely that the identity of Isaac Dover. It's Icy's body? Hey, who's that? I've never heard of him. Okay, yeah, he heard but did not listen. Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor. He was better known as Pierre Hoquet. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations. So in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow I feel a strong kinship to him. And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident. She knew about the IS-7 incident? Were they not right fucking there the whole time? She not only heard, but also listened. Holy shit. Okay. Doesn't matter if she isn't acting as a judge. A judge wouldn't be allowed to go about things the way she does. Because she is a judge. That title doesn't suddenly go away when she leaves the courtroom. Let me get the wording. Yeah, okay, so I actually found California's before. I found that just because this is a better explanation. So there's two types of accessories to murder. Before the fact, aiding and abetting. You're aiding and abetting, and then after the fact. If you're an accessory to murder after the fact, you might not even go to jail. But it can be up to 3 years in California. However, before the fact, an aider and abetter generally faces the same criminal charges under California's penal code as the direct perpetrator. They consider you to be equally as responsible for the death since you helped carry it out.
Have a good one, Tom. Telepathically trans. Hey, that's as good an explanation as any.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that really is the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Hello? Ah, really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just, they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says. It's Dover. No, it can't be.
Let's see, my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. DeBest?
Hey, are you trying to steal the best position for yourself?
I'm doing no such thing. I'm already higher ranked than you. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no?
The truth is none of your concern.
Objection.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pie. You again. I mean, I never left the room. Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the IS-7 incident, the one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive.
We're gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it there with Ray's absolute destruction of Courtney. Oh my god. What a legend. Whew. Boy, that gave me goosebumps. Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that. How do I bring up the menu again? It's enter. There we go. What a fucking champ. Alright. So this might be the last stream of this for a few weeks. As we get into the October stuff. I have it scheduled for next Monday, but I might not do this next Monday. Because I might do an additional spooky game. Looking at Little Nightmares, possibly. But I'm not sure yet. So just look out for an announcement or something soon regarding that, the schedule. And yeah, now that we're done with V3, we can get going on this more heavily. So we can do it more than once a week once we return. So yeah, we'll be able to get through this game, I'm assuming, by the end of November. Maybe. Close, at least. But alright. Thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back on Friday with the members stream. We'll be playing Jackbox Party Pack 5, all the members. So, hope to see you all then. 25 likes. There you go. Your last bit of credits, and I'll say that stream is adjourned. Hello.
I was trying to find something funny for you guys. That's cool.
All right, you guys ready?
Wow.
What were you looking for?
No. Doesn't matter.
Go ahead and close it.
Doesn't matter.
Did you exit out, or did you just remove it from your site?
It shouldn't matter to you. As a matter of fact, it's not going to matter to you.
I don't want you to quick load that shit.
Quick load. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
When you've already got it.
When
you
you
know
already
what
got,
I'm
when you already got it.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
You already got
While the tension's up, let's go.
Not as much tension as the waistband of dude's jacket.